We're here, we're gonna delve into what looks like the biggest case. It could be the final case. But I haven't looked up too much because I don't want to be spoiled. Because we've done, what, 3 cases so far? We did the initial one, which was sort of the intro one. We had Turnabout Serenade, which is the last one. Right, that one in between, with all of Alduin's noodles and stuff. We'll see. Because I was seeing some things on the Ace Attorney Reddit which was interesting. About some cases being moved to the next game. Maybe I think that was for some of the original trilogy. Oh, like... I forget the names of them now. But... for cartridge space on the DS and that. It's interesting. But yeah. Let's, I guess, to just go into it. And I'll have fun. It'll be good. A phone call, which is where it's like, oh, 40 minutes later, I finally actually started the game. And it's like I stopped a bit. But that's how it goes. Yeah, I do like the disclaimers just to say some things in this release as they originally were, to preserve them, which is good. Although I feel like some other things have changed, I don't know. Localization stuff are weird, I haven't played the original. But maybe that's something I should do one day. So it should be... Turnabout Succession. Should be delving into the big stuff. Oh yeah, episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Oh yeah, we had our whole digital thing. That's all right at the end. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance, all is connected. Dueling pistols. Hey, that has to be Grammarys, right? And now, you say I'm ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Yeah, this seems to tell me that's the end part. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. That would be interesting to actually go, if you find out everything, you could actually still get like you finish the story state with getting a guilty verdict compared to the not guilty of every other one. That would be a way to change it up. The 7th of October, 23 minutes to 11 in the morning. Write Anything Agency. Turn this up in my ears. Maybe I'll turn it up for you guys a bit too. Hey Apollo, look on TV, look! Yeah? I'm kinda busy. Wow, look at that! He's the last Grammarly, alright? Amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this! Ow, ow, ow! What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Why is it supposed to write things in records, Apollo? Not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Okay, so 3 months have passed. Yeah, why now? Why wouldn't you write it when it's fresher? Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Yeah, Apollo, I don't think that's how it works. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring how Lamora disappeared. That's right, Uncle Fallon did that illusion too. We are missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. Suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. So, Phoenix is away, What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at the very own Sunshine Coliseum! The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. Of course, it's 2 men and a woman. 100% they fought over her. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramarye. If Trucy's real father was still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Hold up. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Trick Gallery Magic Show! It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Nothing get more straightforward than that. Yes. It's Valiant Gramarye on stage. Magic Show Valiant Gramarye. I'm still sussing him from last time. We'll see. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Oh. Ah, you're here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. But he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. So he's been gone for like 3 months after the other case, maybe? Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! And it's not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups! I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard of the Juris system, yes? Right, I'm gonna put my aircon on. I'm feeling quite warm, but I think it's mostly the humidity. I'll take that out of here. Should help, I would think. The Juris system. The Juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? You're a lawyer and you haven't heard about it? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. A juris system, huh? We have to examine everything though. Can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. She should. Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those will be truces. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too. A scary thought. Scary indeed. Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. I think it's a death trap. That magician in the photo, is that your... My real daddy, yep! Zach Grammarine! He disappeared when I was little. I hung it up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. To a point. No one's practicing the piano, as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What? Was I making a funny face or something? Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. Ah! How did you know to do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? I did the whole thing muted. Oh my goodness. Oh, since I blew my nose, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. Well, I guess it's that kind of day. That kind of night. I get too hung up on it, but I'm annoyed that I did that. So what, that's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum, let's go today! We can say hi to Uncle Valen! Have fun. What? I can't go by myself, you know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I only trust that smile. He knows something he's not telling you. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum! I suppose it wouldn't help me to pop over there. I do wonder what this thing is going to be like. They're introducing a change into the system. I guess that'll carry forward into the other games. Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Today? Oh, I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic! I've given up on trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it till then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Grammarys, huh? Ah, looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Yeah, the trial simulation. Alright, so what case are you gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. I wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend going down to the detention centre. Your client's waiting for you, you can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Her? Okay. Well, time's a wasting. Ah, presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Show my attorney's badge a lot too. Nice. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Tracy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. Alright, detention centre it is. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain? I'm sure the guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, God! Is that client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Eek! Well, where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. Okay. Who's this chick? I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence that builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Tracy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right, okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat! Hey, she passed out! Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. It's magic panties, Apollo! Oh, different music. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Introductions. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Henry, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. Seemed destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Oh, you're fumbling over your words, Apollo. Your name? So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice. And I'm Tracy Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. The case. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day this tourist came from out of town and stopped to ask me directions. Later, Tracy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless, though I think I understand the spirit a little better now. You did good, Apollo! Oh? Well, look, she's doing her nails! What? A nail's more important than defense? Is that it? No, that's something. Let's go, Tracy. No, excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date, and this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Mishap. The address is for Drew Studio. Can you give me this card because... What a pretty business card. It looks like a postcard almost. On the back, just her name. That seems odd to me. What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use a space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Why not use a space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Oh, well, it was all... Okay, I did... Wrong person there. I think people would remember what you look like too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. So she's Vera. Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. We could go to the Sunshine Coliseum as well, though. Yeah. Magic show billboards. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo, the place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valen. What about the case? Whoa! Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I heard we'd meet again only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee-hee, Uncle Valen. How's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who should wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles, such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing, we get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here, on stage, by my hand. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gravity Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valen Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valen. You know, I'm happy you're doing this show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that divide our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and they sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs our land? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Now tell us about these performance rights. Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy! Yeah, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah. Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time. The father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy! Let's explore around. They've changed the sign since our last case. It was all governors back then, wasn't it? I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers or magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. Oh, au contraire. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gammas concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What? Really? Yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right? Ah! Oh, oops. Looks like I was right. Apollo, I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. Alright. Look, Apollo, a balloon, a hot air balloon. With the Gramarye seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all. It's been 7 years, you know. I spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. Hope it's a huge success, Uncle Fella. Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. And both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. The blue badge is still there. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during the last case too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Oh, sorry. Was that mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Kinda takes the fun out of seeing the blue badge. Alright. And then we got a Jury Studio. Wow, this looks like a studio. Is that literally just a picture of a pufferfish there? It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found a crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. That's literally just a picture of a pufferfish. Apollo, look at this one. It looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's so odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Dream Mission's paintings recording the court record. Okay. All the paintings have a really different style too. Well, I've done this before, but sure. Yep. That's what we knew before. Oh, we have each of them separately, okay. Yeah, this one's literally just a picture of a pufferfish. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? What's protecting that soft spot in the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trissy away from small round fish. Wait, so is there something in this one? The needles in the butt thing? I don't know, this is a very odd Picasso-y type one. Oh, look at this painting, you can see the rough sketch. Oh. Looks like it was only half completed. Oh, that's funny. The rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you two. They do, actually. What's that all about? I thought I might find you two here. I thought I might find you two here. Emma, long time no see. Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I bet I know why you're here too. Know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? I don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Dr. Drew Mishap. Even got paint on the picture. Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention centre. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. I don't even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackies. You can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene, or else. What about this one here? Hey, there's a painting hidden back there here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassed somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? Embarrassing somehow. I suddenly seemed pleased by the possibility. Huh, it's so normal. It's the same painting that they were making this one out of. There's hardly something to get mad about. what is it, Apollo? Why doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I better get a professional opinion on this. You know, I'm painting out of the court record. A little box looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. MIsham will put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Okay. Wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know, how it's so thick? Is that the word? Well, these paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Eek, Apollo, that's where the body was! That's the spot where Mr. Dream Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on it. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end! Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Quite possible. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poison coffee, not exactly actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Decided to cut reads MIsham. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? And the police already analysed this cup too. Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Dream MIsham alone. Okay, where's MIsham? Ah, that's the whole thing there. Hey, look there! That scent doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably, better ask Emma. Sorry, this Dream MIsham is a kind of artist. Apparently, I did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. And a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Oh, well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. I thought it was a standalone painting or something. Is that what she means? It was an odd bird, MIsham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through the letters he put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. MIsham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. Look, some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room are MIsham's and Vera's, basically. Actually, last night, MIsham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Oh, that's a still image, okay. Not 3D. So this woman, Vera, she's MIsham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. There was quite a scene when they took her to the detention centre. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? Why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview. What did the reporter see? He was near MIsham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was a reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's a reporter. Yet the reporter never got near MIsham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Forensic science. But anyone could help us out here. Don't forget, Flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into the crime scene? What is it we always do? Scientifically? Ah, you know me too well, okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay, we've got this side of the room as well. What is all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. His equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. I want to paint and need all this. From the dust, I'd say he hadn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Tracy. But this costs like $50 at the magic shop. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. We've got like 20 kinds of red. We can repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. So this is Mishap. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close, a happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? It just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, I'm making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? I think not. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. Well, what is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ah, you had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feathery thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. Well, that one's most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Look, the pen's right there. It's just outside of the feather end thing. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. Take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right, looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I better hang on to this. So it is addressed to... Oh my... Drew Misham. Okay. Well, they did a cruddy job of it. Apollo, look, it's been open once here. You're right. I wonder if there's somewhere we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Okay. Oh, kid, look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right, that thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently it's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. I usually don't get one that's too small though. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? Oh, that would be for a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? I think I've only really seen a drafting table in a few things. So this one I can remember is Bewitched. I'll present things in a minute. I know what I did. I blew my nose and unmuted the mic and then I forgot to unmute. Silly. So what are we gonna do? The mug? Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That's Tracy's voice. Yes, well, it's just a rumour. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Oh, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. Also, hello, Lock-On. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what it turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing! It certainly is helpful. Well, I didn't see you in the background. Then again, I wasn't looking too hard. After I also got a phone call at the start and then started later anyway. It still says one person is watching, so yeah. Anyway, maybe if I reload it'll change. It says 2 now. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem to always work. Anyway. Certainly is helpful. Maybe Ian would be willing to help us a bit more. Just try buttering her up, Apollo. You're so flattered it'll get you everywhere. And suddenly we're talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you're going to ask about that. See, the solution is used to test for atroquinone. Atroquinone? Atroquinone. The deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in your eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown, but that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah, what are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses, understand? Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Ooh. So we should see it on the mug, right? Apparently not. Okay, what about over here? Just go everywhere with it. This spray's unlimited! I thought if it works it should show up with the mug, but okay. The pufferfish is poisonous. And that's the plan. It's like the bomb in Mr. Bean. You make the paint bomb, go across the whole room. Oh, we meant to find something because I can back out of this. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure you checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I was spraying all over it. I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out just to be sure. Oh. I had to back out and then we went in here. Eee! A reaction, Apollo! Ah, where? Inside of that cute little frame! Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Tracy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the court record. Oh, the inside of that frame had poison on it. Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. And it looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, in that pale bluish stain, why would there be poison in something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on there too. That's not very obvious, Tracy. What if there was a photo in here, he took it out, and that's where the poison started going into his system? Because it's 15 minutes until it took effect, right? Let me take a look at this. Okay, this is a different one. Okay. That's a... She doesn't want to look at the thing. Emma, about this. Oh, that! Yes, why is that a bright... Why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone's opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed. That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you're the one who ripped this open? Ah, please, I would have steamed it open. But you just sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's a good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. Now, I'm wondering if you can help us out with that tool you're mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? Oh my. It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember that? All that? So basically, it lets you see inside things like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Tracy. No, it's a bit more than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair. But it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Oh boy. Is that a sample in the device like so? Don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's a layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got to set the display to outside. You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with arrow buttons, would you? I didn't press anything, it did that automatically. That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something! See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down in thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding space? Yeah, that fixes the image on the screen. Yeah, I didn't mute that time, so don't forget to unmute. Now turn the dial again, just a little. I'm not turning the dial. God, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it! We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Okay, neat, let's do some more. Okay, yeah. Try again. Okay, let's bring this one out. Try again. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Oh, it's Emma's secret. Let's buy her. Let her buy another one. So. It's okay, there's no need, but see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it on the real thing, shall we? Ooh. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. MIsham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. MIsham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here it goes with the second page then. Alright, we got this. Once you already have printouts, I guess you can't. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Okay, let's bring this one out. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma. Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Red envelope updating the court record. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Okay, yeah, we can see those there. Ah, I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Mishap. Rochelle. Spark Rochelle. He's after a script to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. Because he was going to tell the reporter about whatever this is. And so whoever it was killed him. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, then it leaves only one other person. It wasn't Fallon Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So, is that interviewing Valiant Grammary? Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you the reporter's card if you want. Spark Bushel, freelance journalist. In the bushes of love. Top dollar for information. He did the caricature thing on the back. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really, what's this? A camera lens finder? Aperture science? It's a visualization of an aperture of a lens. Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Hey, great idea. You can do all three at once. Alright. The Coliseum. So a journalist was here on the story. All lies in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to get its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Valen's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yeah, he had his only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of gramarye. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit that place popular with penalised perpetrators. The detention centre? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I would tear apart him. Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Alright, to the detention centre. Let's go back here first. You're here to visit. You're here to see Vera Mishap. Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. Okay. So... Okay. Magic show ticket. Okay. Is he just gonna say that to everything? I think so. I didn't present this. Okay. The envelope. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the gramarye seal. Uncle Valen, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy, my partner, is that great? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Oh man, calling him Lord Daddy. Lord Daddy, that's kind of stretching the whole arcade thing. His signature up on the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gramarye. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Yeah, Lord Daddy, I know, what the hell? Okay. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now, the time has come where I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valen. These susses will get out. 3 days from now, we make ready for a miracle. What do you think the journalist was after? And why did Valen react like that to this envelope? Please time to pay the detention centre another visit. Oh, I had to trigger that and then go. And I found out I can't go to the detention centre from here, but okay. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe the reporter? Oh boy, he is a clown. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm a polyjustice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Well, bully this nerd, yes. You're Justice, are you? You know me? What the hell is with that creepy ass smile? No, I know you, of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on sand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Well, you're Trucy. He's attorney killer, I know. He's a killer for sure. Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy, right, hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Hey, that's so not true. Let's hold on to your britches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with it. Did you come here to interview the guard? Oh, wee, what a pickle. Interdimensional panties, yes. Wesley Stickler was onto something. Accused won't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. Ain't gonna spark in the brushes of love. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes. Writes. End quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem and madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? He should. Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? Night of the crime. So, the night of the murder. You're at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets and never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but... You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Oh, because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly. See, it's the same thing. What is? So you want to do a story on MIsham? And he never had a story done about him before? That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew, who I did the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. I think the burger guy's just going to tell me where he got it. At the supermarket, maybe? Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls of ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. An oil painting. Happens every day, alright? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Hey Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's the story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. And this giant peach comes floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I have ever heard. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Alright, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're gonna say. Brishel, take this, right, brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Okay, that's the same thing. I don't know if I can present anything to him, but he's still here, so... Attorney's badge. Okay. Now, I think he's not gonna have anything to say much. Back here. Well, how did it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the know something but I'm not telling face you've got, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, though. I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. MIsham was a forger. That's why they all look different. A forger? Like a Lloyd Forger. Spy on a mission. like the change in music a bit there. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, to be precise. So precise, you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Dream Mission was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? Oh, we can look at the painting underneath this one. The not finished one. When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. We're doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting and maybe valuable for our case. We should try buttering her up, Apollo. Fun will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask him to help us out. So, now we have that evidence. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch underneath this painting. I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. Oh. I kind of want to do the others first. Let's do it. Playing cards! Okay, let's print this one out. It's all going back to Phoenix with playing cards. What? What the heck? Wow, it really blows! The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Because their mind didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint on a rough sketch entirely, and do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure, you like this Italian stuff, don't you? Alright, we go with the pufferfish for next. It's the noodle cart. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's print this one out. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Yes. Gotta do it all. Wait, that's not quite as deep as some of the others. Is that a guy falling off of a building? Okay, let's bring this one out. Oh no, that's the guitar on fire. But it's a different shaped stage. What the heck is all this? That's why I asked you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Tracy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? The first case, the second case, and the third case of this game. Ah! They're there! Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room in the Borscht Wall Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Misham your father? Plot twist. Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I never even heard of any Misham before. I'd never seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Misham and what did he have to do with me? To be continued. I'm curious if you find something in the rough draft of the completed one then. Or the rough sketch, I should say. The 8th of October. 12 to 10 in the morning. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Tracy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know. You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know. Tracy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. She drew on it instead of actually smiling. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. What's with this thing? That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. The victim, during MIsham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, maybe one that led to his death. Of course, it's Clavier again. Well, we will now begin the trial of the Vera MIsham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission! The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped for their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras have watched this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. That could be tampered with, though. Jurors, Judge Fell and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, our Judge. Jurors, today's trial, judge today's trial coolly, if you'll be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you will. The victim is the painter Drew Mishap. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera MIsham. Objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Tongue. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug. Residue was found on the rim. I see. Like, the butler. It's literally his daughter. The only other person there was that interviewer dude, which... he's the one with the terrible face and the killer smile. As the autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Alright. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. A journalist, no doubt. So witness will state his name and occupation. His nose as well? Alright. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Brushel, and my job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel. I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make parks and books of endless desert waste. End quote. But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand the stand before you today is a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scope turns Mr. Brushell into that Mr. Brushell, end quote. So he's totally not biased. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, Gavin. For me, the jury is still out. Nowhere near simple when I'm starting to look at these. Oh yeah, I can look at this again. Only half hidden by the oil painting. I never understand artists. Still, it's impressive. Look, you could hide such a dark sketch under a little paint. Well, it is called oil paint for a reason. I bet it's pretty oily, the paint, I mean. I'm still waiting for you to get to your point. Okay. These be the same. Oh, we can look at this. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Pardon me. Maybe that's what this person is thinking about. I didn't even realise I was meant to be crossed arms first. Alright, testimony. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalist history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying? Judge! Damn, Judge out here with the accusations now. Need I remind you that the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like... You was making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. His eyes are on the glasses. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Nine at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview? Hang on. Estimated time of death is 9 to 9:30. Okay. If that great painter Drew Misham says I come at 9, I believe you, me, I go at 9. The first and, as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right. So can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio? Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushell guy, end quote. If no one was on the outside ever had access to the studio, then I would serve the reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go? Would you mind being a little more specific? Ooh-wee. Let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what her fucker is driving at. Just coffee is a victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really. Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, you know. Well, stuff, mind you. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the shooter's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? What's this about a star falling? Star falls! It's the star fall. Huh, it's like an odd telegram. Send money over. Zowie! You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Cause you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death. How about when Mr. Misham passed away? Ooh boy, what a scene that was! He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then... And the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's signing his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. After seizure is final performance. End quote. Atropine paralyzes the central nervous system. As the body arches back like a bow, the limbs tremble, the throat burns. Look, that's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah, well I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atropine, My Love, by the Governors. Available at all major music outlets. Wasn't there... I'm thinking... That'll be a reference to another piece of music anyway. Is it Westlife, My Love? That's stuff that's coming up when I do a quick Google search. But... yeah. Self-insert plugin, I know. The point here is that the victim died of atropine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? It's important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. It's based with 2 S's, like I'm not SE. The Governors will continue, they just need someone else to fill in the role of bass player. Very well, the court requests the witness add this testimony to his testimony. His account to his testimony. Now, spasms, that was definitely death by poison. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, it goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? What about his coffee? So, you drank the coffee that Vera served you too? Of course, when someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss used to say, and never did get what he meant by it though. But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die. Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. Of what were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh yes, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was it was important? We don't have the other cup in here, so I don't think that one is. I wish I drank the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is going to lead to much. Very well, please continue the testimony. Okay, so what about the other one?
Hold it!
The Stars coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Course! He who sees it wins a bit, he who says it wins a bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and what's about it world. Yet, I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison was quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault, since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? That's probably a bit more than... The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one. Oh, and this is a vital piece of information. It's added to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. So does that replace the other one? Okay. Can you say that for sure? For sure? Sure, I'm sure. Drew Studios isn't a big place, kiddo. I know someone else come in. What if they had been hiding in there from before?
Objection!
Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, or they hardly could have poisoned that mug without getting noticed, without anyone noticing. You think I, a spark marshal, would miss something as obvious as that? No way. He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. So if we look in the court record, no, actually, court record. I know Emma said something about it takes 15 minutes to take effect. But do we have anything saying that? Let's put that one on. I'll do a save just in case after all the going back and forth with lines. I'm thinking if it was fast paced, like he would have dropped the monk, right? That's what he was saying in that testimony.
Objection!
That's not it. That's not it. I knew as soon as like the music doesn't stop or anything, right? I was reaching. That's not it either, okay. They vary the lines at least a little bit. So I don't think we can get anything out of that one, okay. This is a little tricky to get started. I think it's either the moment of death or the coffee. Of the victim. That one also gives you like the music goes down and it gives it a moment, so hang on. So either presenting the coffee or the tiny frame. There's also part way in here.
Objection!
It was the coffee mug, okay. I was half overthinking it. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used atrocanine. Oh, prosecutor Callum was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system.
Objection!
Exactly, Jalen. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atrocanine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atrocanine is slow acting. See, that's what I was trying to say, but nothing 100% said that as it says it in the court record. I was trying to see which one said it. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for a verse of extra shot. If we suppose at the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. The back view of the guy. Order, what's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct. Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we just heard. Well, Mr. Brushell, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his escape.
Objection!
It's a Brushell, yeah. Herr Brushell. Let's take a trip down memory lane. I have no idea, Jayland. Internet be whack.
Objection!
It's this week. Is objection on both? Wait. Shouldn't it only be on one? Did I not even realise that I had a extra sound alert slot and both had an objection? All up. Come on, tab, load. So objection is in channel points. I mean, you get the free one or the one you pay channel points for at the moment. You just pointed it out to me. Yeah, there is. It's on both. Okay, I'll fix it. It just takes a moment to load. We at least need a different objection for the second one, right? So if I look in library, my uploads, what was one of the others I've got? Which ones have I already got on? That's the question. It's a bit late now. You mentioned it multiple times. I don't know why I didn't fix it before. Or change it. Because that means we get more variety if I remove the double up. Yeah, it was not on there. Right, I can add Yippee back on there, I guess. And you get more variety. If you want to objection me, it's 50 channel points, I guess. I can swap it around, I don't know. I don't know why, if you mentioned it before. Man, I don't know what's happened. If you mentioned it before, I just completely ignored it or something. Anyway. Darth Vader, no. Do I have that on here? Some of it I have to search. Other ones I already know are on there. And that's quicker for doing it on stream. That's it. And now everything's full. Great. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, the ding dong. Oh, where was that?
Ding dong.
See, it sounds like lock on. It sounds... Okay, I'm gonna remove. That's it, wasn't it?
Ding dong.
Yeah, that's it. Done. Ding dong is on there. Oh, did the victim really die? Is it instantly took a sip? Yeah. Let's think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would have been forced to say off weitersagen to my simple case. What does that mean? Goodbye in German. Darth Vader, no. Well, look. I was replacing that same one. I could theoretically add that, but what else do I take off? Oh no! Oh no! You can have a look into it, give suggestions for what I replace it with. And you will be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Yes, scoop. And that one's not used quite as much. Can I see how many times things have been played? List. Theoretically the stats should be there. Insights, yeah, maybe. Top sounds. Yeah, that's not in the top list, but it only gives me the top 10. And I don't know how accurate it is. Because in top users it's giving me some random other one. Oh no, it's giving me the bits list first. Yeah, that's not on the other list. Plays. Okay. Interesting insights. Yeah, I can do that. Average Reddit user? Yeah. Oh, using a toothbrush to clean his glasses? Oh no. That would scratch the glass. Come on. I'll try that. I can always add that back on. I'll favorite it because that'll help find it later anyway. There we go. There's Vader, no. Yikes, yeah, yikes. So much yikes. And you got to see that the whole time I was adjusting sound alerts. Scoop, scoop. Look, wait, just wait a second, just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited their studio. I had a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brush, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am! The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who'll poison that coffee. Order, order, order. He's getting his minutes of fame right here, yeah. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Is that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Who else? I got to do it. A Shanghai Brussels. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial for the justice system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. So apparently, they're reintroducing the jury into the court system, Jayland, and that's what Phoenix Wright's been working on this whole time. And now we're doing a trial thing of it, but it's an actual case. And there will be the proper sentencing for whatever end you get. Yeah, what a jolly brush boy. I know, he's great. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Although I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. No, he was just looking at this damn letter. Which... as for his forgery thing. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Maybe he got the poison and thought it's faster acting, but he still had the interview there. He's speculating. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? It's hearsay. Hearsay.
Objection!
Okay, that one isn't it. It must be that letter on one of them. Okay, what are you doing? I guess I have to rethink it. It's not as nothing's as simple as it looks. Go back to pressing. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one, not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing, I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. Is that an actual thing? Walter Ramsden was a British biochemist and physiologist. He discovered the phenomenon now known as Pickering stabilization in 1903, before the effect was independently rediscovered by Spencer U. Pickering in 1907. And that is an emulsion that is stabilized by solid particles. For example, colloidal silica, which absorb into the interface between water and oil phases. It connects into the oil paintings. Because the oil paintings have different stuff underneath them, as this one shows here. How to make salad dressing. Do you have silica in your oil dressing? That's whack. But how you can bond the oil painting over the top of the rough sketchings and stuff, it's at least related to that, even if this doesn't exactly exist. If your intent to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets the worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Oh, yellow. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder, does it have the ring of something important? Add to testimony. The defense find this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. Really? You're gonna say that? It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the scene of the crime. Look, bro. Objection! As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Just blown out. Was that? What was that head physics there? Call it a suspensions in it. Oh, interesting. That's the first time I've heard of that, and I've never looked into the whole thing about that. Either way, it's not exactly what that was, but it probably was a reference to that. Because of how it's oil paintings and stuff. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Bushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. I mean, it's addressed to him. It's impossible. That's impossible. I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order. Mr. Bush, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Bushel. Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. MIsham sat there searching in desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. This is one of the pieces of music from the original games, isn't it? Yes, a stamp, a circled postage stamp, end quote. A stamp, whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why, yes, I think the same put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think of it, that if that were a suicide note, what a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, fools, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That's it. Yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000, quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Am I finished here? I was thinking, going home to start writing. But dude, you're gonna miss your story if you go home while the court's in session. His bloody nose. I hate to say it will be pretty obvious to anyone. But when you catch the center of a story, you make that rather unique face. Why is his nose pink? Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Nice. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. The clownification for sure. It's already half clown, like half of his face already looked like a clown. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Oh yeah, it's a very buggy nose. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, I get his interview. End quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. I wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not... Something wrong, Mr. Brushwood? Look! This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood. End quote. I see. Well, yeah, me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Bush. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait. 7 years ago. We're Dawn Charing-Gun Eye again. The victim, MIsham, had an aversion to reporters. But I guess not even my considerable charm seemed much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. End quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten, or cajole, or nothing. Honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. MIsham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us what case. Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Well, why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body. End quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney. He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition. End quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest. Yes, I am. All of them? No, just incredibly sus ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. MIsham? Is it the toothbrush against his head? Maybe. That's how amazing was Mr. MIsham's talent. Huh? Hooey! Boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints slide up through you like sun. End quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures. That one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you know what. You know what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense, and nothing comes out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good. We get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. No wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art? So on this one, maybe? Mr. Brusher, you're hiding something. Yo! Don't you let me all of a sudden like that, you're giving a heart attack! His toothbrush stopped. Ah, sorry, it's just the way you were moving just now. It was particularly suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? As I usually you're sort of averagely suspicious? Sorry, my mistake, you're fine. I know I'm onto something here, time to focus. Okay, so it wasn't the toothbrush. Because I was seeing that stop. Okay. Where's his other hand? Hang on. His nose, maybe? Hang on. He really does need that. I can't do perceive on here. Oh yeah. Why not? So that statement's probably true. Without compare, yeah. Well, I'm thinking because he made the forgeries as good as the originals, that's a true statement. I don't see anything there. Do I just try and go on each one? See, that doesn't move, whereas when you're in a wider view, he keeps tapping his head with the toothbrush. Imagine needing a lowering gun. He's challenged for forgery, but maybe I'm just overthinking that statement. It definitely is able to be compared to an original piece. Maybe it's his eyebrows. Hang on. No, they're drawn on. So it feels like it has to be this statement. Or the one about forgery. Hold on, he was moving his toothbrush then, wasn't he? Yeah, probably would see. No. It's not there. And I guess they don't particularly name it other than it being his perception and perceiving ability. I don't see it. But see, that toothbrush moving, I thought would be something in the actual thing. But I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking. Because sometimes things only come up in this and you can't see them from the normal wide view. Maybe he's trying to trick me. Maybe I should prevent this one and this one and go, it couldn't be compared. Well, this is probably going to be wrong, which is why I'm going to save this here. With this up, it probably wants me to perceive something, but... yeah, that's wrong. image under this was the card playing. Okay. Problem is I don't see what's off. And if I'm meant to be going with this one or the other one. Because like I feel like they're saying it's part of the story, okay. Is there something different here? I didn't notice a lot. His hand's very still. I don't get it. And usually it's not for the whole thing, like it happens during part of the sentence when it triggers. It wouldn't be a swallow again because that was Laminar's thing. Oh my goodness.
Gotcha!
That's the same thing as before. See, I don't think it's that one. I just can't see what it is. I didn't look at his eyebrows on the other one, hang on. I was seeing something caught in my peripheral vision. A bit. No, everything's static. I'm so confused. Oh, we will. Every pixel. Maybe the ear twitches with the pen. Like I looked for the pen moving a little bit before. It is interesting how this sort of goes to the beat of the music but doesn't. Well, let's say at the end again. I was looking at that, but I didn't notice his nose changing throughout. You can have another look. But I specifically looked at his nose before as well. I should just do it on his nose when I think it's the right part.
Gotcha!
It wasn't the right part. He Play-Doh'd again though. Hang on. We'll scrutinise every single statement. That shiny spot on his forehead. This spot. Look at this glorious smile. We gotta look at it. It's as good as anything else. I haven't really looked at his Adam's apple. Barbecue. Try his pen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, all the other times it's been something noticeable. Like a stopping speaking for part of it, or a thing. You know, I was thinking even if his hair rustled at one point. Maybe. I was sort of disregarding that as nothing was near there. But we're at that point now where we have to have a look. So it's not that one. I will have a look. On this one. In case it's in one but not the other. So not that either. Dag diddly dag gummit. Look, is it a peach or a plum? They're different fruit. Trying to think where else I can look. I guess I haven't honed in on his chin on both of those. Because it moves as he's talking anyway. So what's different? I was looking for his eyes shifting a bit. Before. His nose doing a sniff or something. His eyebrows moving from anything other than that spot. So it's different. The toothbrush is out of his pocket, and we can see his left hand. His nail changes colour at certain angles. Okay, I guess that's to try and simulate light. I'm bamboozled. It's not anything with his elbow, is it? That we can't even see properly because we can't even go all the way down there? Probably not. I'll try looking on the other one too. Why is he so annoying? Has to do something with his art. I need to save it here, I think. Oh yeah, because I tried a piece of evidence.
Objection!
Yeah, it's not it. Oh yeah, that wasn't really evidence for anything. So what the hell? Okay. I was looking at the right one. Oops. Oh, dang it. I clicked and it went to the next one. So apparently it is a fifth statement. But it's his right armpit. There's a tiny shadow! What the hell? There's the tiniest of shadows there that change. Look at it. There. But how does the sweat go away? That doesn't make sense.
Gotcha!
Oh, no wonder I was missing it. I wouldn't even think to look there. Sweat much, Mr. Bishop. But how does it go away? How does he make it disappear? Otherwise, he'd just be a sweaty boy all the time. No, now I've been so long. What was I doing for this? Oh yeah, I'm walking here. Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. It is goofy as all get out. That's part of the fun of it, though. It's the wacky cases, but someone was a bit like, yeah. Yeah, you're hiding something about his talent. Wow! That's ridiculous! Evidence time. Let's show you where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. This one, right? Yeah. I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude from this evidence. Oh. I think you've made a horrible mistake. Man-Bird's bridge, I'll forgets to cross first. End quote. Okay, let's try that again. All I have to do is reveal what Mr. Misham really was. Oh, it's mentioned in that letter. Whoops. So I guess I present the letter. Even though him forging something is not in this letter, I thought showing that there's this painting and the other painting, and I could pick either one would work. Right. No! I'm just, what is we doing right here? Look, is it the other painting? I was in the right train of thought. I just thought I could pick either painting instead of the whole one. I could show, oh look, he was copying it and it wasn't quite finished. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. Thinking of sweating. The first is, it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. How do you know that one wasn't? What if that's also a forgery? And then he makes like a master copy that he then copies off of, so he knows what it looks like. And the second is, there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Look, they keep saying half, it's like 3/4 done. Really. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000. See, all of these, I was going to present anyway, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. That's a plummet. Tied up face. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone! Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. That's a serious crime. MIsham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors that he just dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery. Phoenix sneezes, yeah. MIsham was talented, alright? Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. Like, Phoenix is the one that set all this up. He's the mastermind. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements. What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Aha, Phoenix the mastermind using this trial to clear his name 7 years ago. So, are we to understand this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for? Exactly. Forge evidence and let's tidy profit, end quote. Please tell me I got, yes, I got the screenshot that time. Play-Doh man. So why is that so tiny on there? Oh, you can see that, yeah. Play-Doh man, look at him. Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal underworld, right? So he could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. As this is my first time hearing of this criminal underworld, or criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections. Then we conducted our investigation. And how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. He couldn't possibly have actually made money from his art. He's an artist, they don't make money. Objection! But there is no proof tying this letter to our court case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mugs that night. And you, of course. Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brush, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in the studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushell didn't have reason or means of poisoning him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. His next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushell, your testimony, please. You better not have some BS testimony. You better not be BS. Hey. Alright. That is a face right there. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing left the studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. What trump card is he talking about? The images underneath? Or the tiny frame? And that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times have we heard that one? Fuck it. Was the poison reached its victim via that coffee mug? And from where did that coffee come? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. Goodness. Very poor coffee. And you witness her pouring the coffee? Course I didn't. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured and steaming. Let us not forget that the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. It didn't need to touch his lips. Because if he got it off of this tiny frame, from like, there was a picture in there that he took out and then the poison was on there, that would have worked too. You're sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint fills the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, and otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof. Possibilities there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. Impossibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. MIsham ingested that poison via a route other than like coffee. You know what? Yellow, I can prove it. Proof is possible. I gotta risk it. Oh, excellent. Let's see your proof then. Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned via his coffee mug? See, that makes more sense. Master explains this over and over and over. We don't need possibilities here, Freud. We need proof. I know that. You also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early? Oh, I like how they reference that. I thought it would be a bit early. I can tell you what we knew at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth but that coffee mug. But it doesn't need to be in his mouth. Another hole in this case, and it's plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. Okay. Not one thing, you're sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception, what? Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leave studio. End quote. Come on! It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Another letter, perhaps? Maybe. Oh! It's this card as well. Because Vera had the card. Save just in case. Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. What would you mean? Something else, something other than our witness, of course. Don't tell me. Vera MIsham? Of course, yes. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. And let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows it could have been taken from the scene. An image that was in the tiny frame.
Take that!
I find Prosecutor Gavin more amusing than this guy, really. If that was comic relief, why do I not feel amused? We want evidence, not entertainment, Mr. Justice. Okay, that's not it. There goes my career in stand-up. Well, this thing was in a crime scene, so I can't show it, but... I was thinking the business card, right? Oh no. Not that then. That good luck charm that she had with her. I was thinking because they don't... The letterbox then? Yeah. Is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, so we're connecting it to that. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? You have a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important to this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. He posted the picture and it was in the tiny frame, or whatever it was in the tiny frame. That's how it got the poison on him, maybe? That seems very important to me. Very well, then the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything for her forehead. For horrid, yeah. I wouldn't be so sure unless it disappeared from the crime scene. This is exactly. Ding dong! This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you are hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually, I don't argue as a possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But fuck it, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Misham was poisoned, I know, but Mr. Bushell's testimony has changed Bushell, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. I'm really confident. Now would be the time for the tiny frame. Dang nabbit. Just save it again. Is it because in here it says if you don't speak, if I need not remind you to speak of this to anyone or to no one? No. I'm thinking whatever was in the tiny frame was put into the letter and taken out, and that was poisoned. How do I get to that point? Suffered, I'll try that one. No, that's not it. Dag diddly dag gummit. So is that important or not? Maybe not. Try pressing this again. You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busy going on minutes all the time.
Objection!
Okay, we've got this again. I can prove it. What does it want proof for? I keep presenting the tiny frame. I guess I'll try that again. I guess I might have had to walk through the step of, okay, something left. And now, up. Oh, that was in the delete comment. That's fine. That wasn't a ban by accident. Like, I need to turn most of these mod things off when I don't need them done. Of course, most of the time I'm not clicking them by accident. I think it's because I'm going over there and it's not where I think. It's and of course, then, Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. Yeah, with the amount of time streaming and whatever. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Okay, there is different dialogue here. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dry glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp. Wait. Why would you frame a stamp?
Objection!
I can't undelete it either. How do I undelete it? Hang on. I don't know how to undelete it. I guess that's just a comment, that's all. It's lost to the ages. I don't understand why you would need to frame it though. Like, if you're gonna frame a singular stamp, why would you not get a bigger frame and do like a collage of stamps or something? Fair. No one verse talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the lamp. But wait! How does that explain that troquinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
Maybe no. Even like cards, like Pokemon cards and like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I have in a folder. I don't have them displayed as a singular display. If I were to display them, I would have multiple on display at a time, not just a single one. That's what I'm trying to get with this tiny frame thing of like, that would have been showing a single stamp. And he didn't have more tiny frames around with more stamps or whatever. And there are no other stamps shown in the area. So why would you display a singular stamp? I wouldn't pay that much for a stamp. I also probably wouldn't pay that much for a Pokemon card or a Yu-Gi-Oh card though, so. I use a $10,000 towards a red camera. If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison MIsham. MIsham poisoned the coffee mug himself! Order. But that does it? Recall if you would. Atrocanine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But this time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. He really does look like the same height, doesn't he? You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Does it say how tall they are? Oh, and we can't even see Apollo's height anyway. Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just run out. Incidentally, we searched his desk drawer as the scene of the crime. That's another thing, if you have like a $10,000 stamp, you're not going to use it on a letter. As there were no stamps, so not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp as a scene in the first place. Yeah. And I don't think as an artist he would be a billionaire Saudi oil shake. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? Finally! Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I wonder if the immediacy of the stamp, $100,000 for a stamp, there you go. Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. What if this has a stamp from 7 years ago, but it was like one of those things where you can delay when it reaches the place, or it gets sent late, like they had it prepared from 7 years ago? Yeah. I accidentally deleted your message, Lachlan. That's why. You should have been paying attention at the time it was deleted. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So far. Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atrocanine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order! The poisonous stamp was in the frame. Impossible! Prosecutor Gavin. Why would he put something like that on his desk? Ah, man after my own heart. Clavier also doesn't get it. And don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushel? Please stop jittering about like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends and makes enemies too. End quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leaves the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? He's sweating just from saying I disagree. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. During Misham hid from the world, he avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. Also, he painted in his suit and everything with his turtleneck. Like, why didn't he put on like a painting clothes? Or maybe he made them dirty already, so he just puts the same ones on all the time. The mail. You know, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Oh. So, and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. We'll not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. Oh yeah. Well, what is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. MIsham was killed. If the stamp was enclosed inside of the envelope. Oh, you mean once it's sent? Yes. Yes, you would. Then again, I guess no witnesses. So you just have a trail of postal workers that died after they've done what they need to with the envelope. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. Like, sending it to him, yeah, sure, it could be an enclosed thing, but once he's put it on, that would be an issue. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. Yeah, he could. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. MIsham the stamp of death. And we just present this again. Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah. Interesting. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick lick, gulp. End quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Yeah, that is true. Then he would put it inside his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Although, if they're saying it has to be ingested, right? I don't know the properties of atropine. If touching it isn't an issue, but you have to like have it on the inside of your mouth for it to be absorbed. Literally, the first thing that comes up is the Ace Attorney wiki for atropine. Apparently, this is something that was only created for Ace Attorney. So I was wondering, anyway. So it seems, so as of information right now, it needs to be ingested. Yeah, look, I was looking it up because I'm not familiar with the names of all of the poisons. So it seems to only need to be ingested, so if it was going through the mail system, just touching it wouldn't kill people. Therefore, it wouldn't be as noticeable. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Okay, interesting. I guess it removes the virus of humans that you don't want alive. Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Fogged. But let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe, really? Okay, interesting, yeah, I haven't really seen that, so interesting. That makes sense, because a lot of the iron stuff are base pairs in DNA. What was it? Adenine, guanine, cytosine. The other one. If I have the letter, I'll be right. Probably. Well... Yeah, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Hey, I remembered right. Yay. Now I'm thinking, what's the fourth one I'm missing? Thymine. That's it. AT and CG. And RNA doesn't have guanine, it has a different one that I'm forgetting the name of too. If I'm remembering right. Oh no, it's AU, not AT. I think that must be why I didn't remember them. It's not thymine in RNA, it's uracil. Science. That's probably why I don't remember thymine as much, is because it's not common between RNA and DNA. A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then would become the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well... Why don't we open up the envelope and test it? It was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Oh, very well, I move to... Who is this? Francie? It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein, Clavier. Oh. It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein, Clavier. Emma. Okay, not Francie. The use of Fräulein threw me off, and they had to question mark it. Anyway. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Oh, I was hoping Francie returned. Dang nabbit, Emma trying to bait me. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of this mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope. No, Francie! No! You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope. Easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. Yeah, science. No, it doesn't. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. If only the killer hadn't put the stamp inside the envelope while also in its own bag or something to stop it from spreading. Produce a red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh yeah. Here we go. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atrichonine residue. Hang on a minute. Let's take this back a step. Does stamp glue last that long? 100% Capcom bucks. Because the setting here theoretically is actually Japan, even if they try and pass it off as something else in the localization. Yep, you just spray it, we're good. I guess you have to lick it for it to take effect, so. Oh yeah, I'll try and make sure this is poison. Licked, dies. No mistaking it, that's atrichonine residue. I don't believe it. Murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Hey, Pudge, you're a poet and you didn't even know it. But also, we're only going off of the age of the stamp here. What if it was prepared earlier but only sent recently? Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. I want it that way. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Yeah, probably not 7 years, I wouldn't think. At least once you take it... Because I'm looking at that going, okay, it was attached to the piece of paper, rather than having like the normal backing on it and it being separated so that it was kept better. It was already stuck to something. Like if it wasn't already stuck to something, if it was on its original thing that you put the stamp on the back of, maybe then it'll last a bit better. Yeah. Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop is mine. Dear Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote. Right, how off kilter he looks from the back. Order. I see no room for further arguments here. I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. That was a good title. Go judge. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo? I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant. No, he can't declare it. This is the new system. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin. A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for governor's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. And I haven't let the jury talk anyway. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Alfred's claim. Contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would MIsham have done what he did? Emer explained that he must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger threw MIsham sends a trap and puts the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? There is that too. Surely, you don't mean to suggest that Mr. MIsham simply forgot? He puts a murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he's sprang the trap on himself? That's why I'm thinking that it was sent with a delay, right? Right, the sound's from 7 years ago, and it was a plan put in action 7 years ago, but the letter was only sent more recently, and that's where it's like he had 3 days, and possibly that night where he was killed, or where he died, was the end of that 3-day limit. Or it's like the second day, and then it would be sent the next day because the postie picked it up. Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would feel the foul of a trap. And I've been sitting on his desk for 7 years. But he also would not know that the stamp is actually poisoned. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atropine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atropine residue. But, for it, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew MIsham never would have used it. That is all. believe we come to a conclusion again. Apollo! Were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, MIsham received a red envelope. Oh, I will 100% believe this is the same judge. He's probably like 30 and he looks like this. And now maybe he's 40 or something. He's just going to be the eternal judge. Either that or he's an Eldritch bitch being the eternal judge. There were traces of the poison atroquinone on the document inside that envelope. Yeah, he's eternal. See, Eldritch being. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. On this tiny picture frame, the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it. He just is and always will be. Yes. Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, and MIsham, knowing this, put it in the frame, he never would have used that stamp. Be on top of a mountain one day, where he judged the first animals. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinone, the envelope, the frame, and MIsham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue? Fascinating. And if he finds this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Do we go all the way out there? Maybe he wasn't MIsham ever at all. His eyes are scribbled out. MIsham. Well, let's go all the way out there. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Look, you gotta go out there with these, and also everything else made sense.
Objection!
Congratulations, you have completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself as the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. Fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah! I know that face, I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. As the victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Oh yeah, we got busted. Music time. Order, order, order! So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? Got him, music, yeah. That's where it's drawn it, it's hype. You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. Let's save it, just in case. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery! The real forger was... Vera. Or they just throw grammar into the mix. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order, order, order! Now that sentence is like, what? Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I can't agree knowing Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in the studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing, only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well? Fascinating. Vera Misham. Damn, do I have to cut this short at this point? You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. Is that staring holes? I don't know. I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. She had to draw the smiley face too? Okay. So the forger, Drew Misham, was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar. It wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Good. To be continued. I will continue this next time, but you see the very start of it. Okay, yeah, there's not too much there. I'll just close this then. And exit the game for now. We'll finish this next time.